My ear, bro.
Yeah. Turn me up.
My ear, man.
Enemy has counter recon aircraft. Watch it. Got him.
So your courage ordered 2 Uber Eats last week. Yeah, out here feeling like me in game. Like, come on, bro.
They're taking Baker. Losing objective Baker. Double kill. Losing objective Baker. Recon mission ready. Find the bastards. Losing objective Baker. Baker is lost. What's the situation? Recon aloft. We got eyes. Right down. Losing objective Charlie. Bloodthirsty. Capturing Able. Double kill. Closing with Baker. Hit here. Losing objective Charlie.
No. Come on.
Tossing stun grenade.
Yeah, I know, Heart. It's gonna be, it's definitely gonna be a grind. Hopefully it doesn't take I mean, I don't really think it takes that long to level up weapons, though, from what I've noticed in the beta. I know, like, this machine pistol goes up to, like, level 60 on its own. I hope I don't have to level up a launcher all the way to, like...
Double kill. We hold Baker.
That ain't good.
Recon mission ready. Find the bastards. Need recon and sit rep. Recon airborne. Eyes up. Target eliminated. Bloodthirsty.
It's always me, Ashk.
They're taking Charlie.
How many on slaps? Yeah, I was using it a lot. I leveled it up. I'm kind of just trying to, like, max as many guns as I can. Just so I get to use them all.
We've taken all objectives. Hold those positions. Losing objective Charlie. Victory's in reach. Take it. They're taking Baker. Losing objective Charlie. Charlie.
It's just unlock all... I mean, that's what the Cold War beta did, right? They ended up just, like, unlocking everything for everyone. I mean, I'm assuming when they dropped the open beta for, like, everyone today, that they probably increased the level cap.
Way to hold the line, lads.
What's up, Grapes?
Brilliant.
I'm almost, like, positive that's what they'll do. They always, like... Shabby. Not too bad at all.
Little 80 kills.
Ooh, okay.
Excuse me.
What's up, Dumplings? 1.2K? Yeah, we got hosted by Betty, we got hosted by Chun, we got hosted by Ham.
Dude, I actually doesn't fuck up with fucking. What's it called, man?
How's beta? I like it. I like it.
You know you lose aim assist on that bar? I'm not joking. I probably think I'm capping, but I'm dead ass.
A hobble of miso
Anything wrong
soup
with it?
is...
Nah, I probably play with my dink, you know? Probably if I can sleep into my sleep. I can move my balls, next thing you know, boom. Boom, you know? Some morning wood, you know what I mean? Those are things I think about.
Middle
You know what I
East
mean? I don't think other people
food,
think about shit like that. I'm like, fuck, man, you never know what's gonna
Middle
happen,
Eastern
right?
favorite food.
If I can sleep in there, motherfucker, 10,000 people 100,000 people watching me sleep in the manor, right? One of
Foremost,
those fucking creepy as fuck. I don't want them, you know, people
or
fucking
fucking
watching me.
fire.
Right? What if I go to
Also,
scratch my balls? You know what I mean?
The biggest thing is like falafel
Who's that talking to my sleep?
is amazing.
Right,
Falafels
right,
are cheat
sexual
codes. I'm gonna tell you guys that
Fantasies
right
of
now.
Me and Tori having sex in my sleep.
A
You know what I
falafel
mean?
is a cheat code.
True, but then it would get really unfortunate because
And then I don't know anything, right?
and then you don't know anything and you're just
Everybody's
like
lolling, KW, right? Fucking wake up in the morning to
Like,
an
it's
email.
lit-
that was
That was
wicked.
fucking
literally a
sick.
That
cheat
was the
code,
coolest
man.
thing I've
That
seen all
was
day,
fucking
Tony.
sick.
Yes.
That was fucking sick.
Yes, that was sick. Who's calling
That
me
was
right now?
fucking high.
Hello.
Oh my god, man. I could
Yes,
eat
bro, what's
falafel
going
every
on?
day, all day. It'd just be fucking fine. Give me some tzatziki, a little bit of hummy hums. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of hummus. Chillin', bro. I eat like 50 of them.
Am I in the need of any silencers? That's a very
Outside Arabic food, delicious.
Yeah, Ray. Are you in need of any signs?
how much are you?
Hummus is
What?
amazing.
Wait, I
Hummus
don't
is
know who this
also a
is, though.
fucking cheat code.
Into the game.
Flies back out. We go again. Sentinels starting to find a little bit more motion in this, starting to get it all together, but they're still facing map point against them. It's OT or it's a loss. Now, alt-wise, Tens does have his. Look and see if Sick had his. He doesn't yet. But he's gotten quickly in towards Garage's time. FNS actually missing him, and that's a problem. Sick found Victor on the site, and the follow-up from Tens was perfect. And now Marved is living on an island, and it ain't looking so tropical and carefree. Certainly not a holiday at this point, as they're about to come flooding through from Garage. Dapper takes down the only support that was anywhere nearby. They still check on him. Tens. He ain't falling for it. Sentinels are always so aware.
Spike planted.
Oh, and Ye will have nothing else to do but hold on to this operator. Again, it's going to be awkward in the next round here. And actually, if anything, Sentinels should go hunting.
Yep.
And at least throw two in the wind. Happy to give these away if they can remove this operator from Ye. Give them nothing to work around. Yeah, he's going to hear it as well. Zoms as well, actually pushing elsewhere. So 3 members, I guess technically, Hunt is down. Dapper will actually fall off it, so he's going to slip back behind Sick, actually. It's noted now. Okay, well.
Feels good to be Ye. He gets caught. There it is. Op's gone. Now double digits found for Sentinels. They ain't out of it yet. They are still working this one out. They're still pushing forward. And considering at one point in this, none of Sentinels were breaking double digits. They were quiet. They were out of it. Tens has turned up. He's turned it on. We're seeing Sick finding that form. It's very hard to shut these players down. And when we saw Envy able to do it, we had to give it credit. But Ye's also now been a little maimed in this. He hasn't found that room. This is a lovely attempt of keeping hold of that up. But we got a timeout now.
See here is whether or not you get any real adjustment here. Again, nobody really, I'd say, overextended. It's just Sentinels, like you said, just relying on, you know, the protocols, right, of where they want to end up and everything that needs to be achieved in order to enable that. Again, yes, you could argue Sick coming online is always a factor for Sentinels, on Haven in particular. But everybody's stepping up here. And I'll be honest, they've done the hard work, right? At this point, it comes down to this one purchase here. Remember, yes, the loss bonus will be a factor, but they can push this next one through the gate. You've got to argue it leans in their favor heavily going to the next round. And again, on the side of Envy as well. Yeah, we talk about Ye not really being given anything, but he's not really drifting out too much. We've seen him fight a couple of times for window from the top of B, but particularly on the rounds where he's had that operator online, it's not as if they're Envy are finding, you know, gifted kills in the early round. This one here, actually, a little restraint shown. Ye potentially making a play for the orb here. He's one off the blade storm, but and straight away we'll find the open. I don't think it's even going to matter here. We'll get it online at A long, but Sentinel will hit C.
They're going to be on this site. They've got everything they need. They're so early in their utility usage as well. They can have so much left for the post plant if they need any of it, if they want to depend on it, because this retake has so little impact in my mind at this point. Unless something like Yay gets involved. He needed that to be cleaner, couldn't quite find it, and Tens just pushes himself
Oh
into
my
them.
word.
3 found. Give him the 4th. Crashies will fall for him,
course
give
it
him
is.
the ace. Tens is going to drag Sentinels kicking and screaming across the line if he has to. And now it comes down to 1 round, or it's OT.
Of course it is.
Of course it is.
And who'd have thought this after that first half? Sentinels able to just, again, like I said, just almost break the rhythm of this game altogether and play way more fast and loose than we're expecting to see them or used to seeing them almost.
Yeah. 1 more round.
Look at what's available for Sentinels here. The run it back, the neural theft, the blade storm, the cosmic divide.
And Tens is just walking it. He's
Course
pushing
he
up
is.
so quickly as well. Eats the flash, but he's still fine. They didn't actually commit towards off the back of it. If anything, to buy a second. The divide goes up and the side says
running.
they're pushing deeper. Sick wants to try and get as far as he could. Does at least note where Victor is. Tens now falls back towards the site. Maybe fancies a bit of that garage play off the back.
Do you have a lockdown available though on the side of
Oh,
FNS?
Dapper. Oh,
Dapper's
it's
so deep in the lurk.
absolutely thriving in the ratty ways. Tens will have to fall away from this. This will give Envy a step towards the site now. But what do they do with it? They still have to just try and take down so many players on long. It's so hard to get past. They can't get this even close towards halfway. Planted relatively in the open, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, look at this utility just being flooded into it. So much in play. There goes the flash. They can't get near the spike still. That is ticking away. Tens can have a little bit of a look of a look. And there finds Crashies. The spray's wild, but it connects. And Sentinels,
Of course
they are
it
not
is.
out of it yet. 12-12, curse or not, Sentinels are taking us to OT.
Switching sides.
Tens, 2 huge
Overtime.
back-to-back rounds for him there. 29 and 13. And there was a point where we're discussing nobody breaking double digits, Lauren. It's insane to watch them build back into this here. Absolute madness. It's so difficult. Yes, the lockdown's invested, but they gain nothing on the back of it. The space is worth nothing.
Ooh, little bit of a choke there.
choke?
Little bit of a, sorry.
Medical assistance to the stage, or?
Yeah, please. It seems there's something going on. But, I mean, a fired up Sentinels. We don't see it often. Normally it's all business, right? They're just going through it. Yeah, they'll have some banter, but I mean, they've just got pushed. Maybe a different look now. Maybe a wake-up call. Wherever it is, the dinner bell's been rung. And they're on the way and they're hungry. Envy did so well in that first half, but they need to remember that. They need to rekindle some of that.
Definitely need to resort back to where they were feeling so comfortable early on. 3 members of Sentinels behind this here. So much damage done on the way in as well. Yeah, he has to actually burn his dash to get back out of there. There's just no way in for Envy here. We'll have to resort back to mid. And Dapper's utility will give the information away early enough if they do force on through. But Zoms, maybe they want to stop this B push.
Shot comes in, that's Ye now gone. Looking for the next follow-up, crashes on the straight towards Tens. FNS does find Sick, but Zoms is there. You noticed him first and he has not been moved. We're down to 2 for Envy. Crashies and Marved trying to find Zoms on site, but Shaz has just slipped so close to the wall as well. So as soon as you try and get that fight on Zoms, that trade's going to be so quick.
So difficult. It's a full-on 50-50 angle here for him as well. Zoms will be noted. Shazam now called upon. He finds the first and second spotted.
Down B.
What can Marv do with this? A 1v3 does have the spike, at least one small bonus. There it is, information. Trickles on through. Dapper's going to be watching this on the cross. Marv knows it. He's got 20 seconds and a dream at this point. Dapper at the back of the platform. Shaz towards
kill.
CT, and they're just not giving him anything. Dapper's got him.
No
Sentinels
way.
take the lead in OT, 13-12.
And actually now Sentinels can just ride this through with the momentum they built on the attack. I feel like they are firmly in control of this overtime.
Oh yeah.
Especially now slipping onto the attacking round. Zoms again, the first. It came eventually, but the second again, even with a readjustment there, trying to jump onto the box. See, what can Envy do here? Yay actually will throw an operator in the mix. A glass cannon here, and it will be Sewers. He'll try and peek, but Dapper? Both outside spy cam goes in. I don't think they're going to give him a peek.
It's spraying in, seeming all too aware of Six positioning at this point, but Six still holds his ground. Slow creep up middle, still around.
The Sentinels send out a couple of feelers. Again, actually, full utility still on the side of Six, so expecting to be absolutely key in this late round swing for Sentinels. So it looks like B might actually be the goal for them. The Trailblazer will come out. Nothing confirmed on the back of it, and look at this. Sentinels will force through. Marv will find one on the way in, though.
He spotted 3 at least crossing, maybe 2. Marv finding some excellence here. A needed amount of kills coming in for him, but 10 still stands. So there's still a bit of hope in this.
Marv!
Maybe not Marv! This is his round! Yeah, he closes down. We go again.
Sentinels, I gotta say, try and slow things down in that round, and Envy able to weather the storm, hold on to control as long as possible. And Marv finding some massive, massive kills here, much needed for Envy. Again, the final onto 10s, Dapper able to trade it out, but it means nothing. Ice in the veins.
You know what it is, right?
What a moment to do it as well. Getting him with another shot at this. It's just inseparable between these two. Sentinel just went on such a tear, but quickly onto back 10s. Tries to have a little bit of a look down. Does get spotted and forced away. This was a common thing we saw. Sick gets punished. Yay. Not going to allow him to make those sort of peaks, and Yay's going to take that space straight away. B is now there. Spike's en route, but the players are close enough by.
Relatively unopposed here, and actually, yeah, we'll actually spot one. I don't think Dapper was noted though, but FNS still in that position. The alarm bot on double doors, protecting that flank if it comes through.
Nice exchange of utility, try and buy the time. Ye still got the back as well. Good trade for Dapper, but there's the play back in. It's Dapper to crack it open. Shaz! Where's that follow-up just come from? And now look what's left. Marved and Crashes, you're going to clutch us out again. That's the first denial. Zoms has to respect it. The second layer, Marv got the frag. And now look at the HP. Zoms is low, Dapper is low. And they can't get on the spike just yet. They've got to sit this one. Zoms, oh, the spike!
No way, Crashes!
Crashes!
10 HP. He closes it out, Lauren. Oh my word. Envy strike back. What was that? Dapper goes huge for them as well.
Watch this. Oh. This guy's been so clutch for this entire event. Truly. He has saved them in so many occasions. Well, the earlier series, and we've got a timeout coming in. Sentinels need to address a couple of things, maybe just get their heads right back in the game, get themselves refocused here. Because you've had a couple of rounds now where you've been answered. You've been found out again. You're starting to feel that pressure building back up.
We talk about pressure, we talk about what they look like under pressure, and again, that overtime round previously stands out to me. They look so dominant when they were playing decisively, very, very quick to execute, or at least find, you know, note 1 or 2 players on the side of Envy, and then just full-on commit to a sight hit. In that previous overtime round, it's willing to let the clock run down. Again, keeping Envy second-guessing their every move, but it did not pay off for them.
It's the first event we've really seen Sentinels look human, look beatable. But it's not done by the light-hearted. You've got to dig so deep to try and break these boys. But Envy have now got themselves back in the lead after a drought came through. Got pushed to OT, but still ain't over yet. 14-13 Hypoc. We're right back into this.
The Sentinels initially stack up outside lobby again. Pretty standard default here for them. Outside of Envy, actually. To Victor and Crashies. Yay elsewhere, back towards Garage, or previously was commissioned on B site. Sick will follow up on the Owl drone. Nothing noted yet. Crashies actually will only spot one on the other side of it as well. So actually Sick will still aggress and find Victor. Now he will note Crashes as well on the back of it, but look at that. The shock dart, he prevents the heal. He finds the spike as well.
How is he coming online in these moments? He's finding so much brilliance for his side, and FNS has still got his side. He's still got his corner. And now the push-up comes in. Tens checks it, still dies. Crashy single-handedly this round. Might be doing it for him, and he has! Envy refusing to take the knee to the king so far. Sentinels, they're down a map.
And it's Haven. Arguably their bread and butter here. The first look we've seen with Envy here at Berlin on the map, and again, it was a little shaky in the second half. Again, Sentinels actually stepping up to the plate to force overtime, but wow. What a way to start this series here.
I mean, we see Sentinels sometimes hit that gear. Sometimes they need it. Sometimes they have to push to that next level. And we saw it here again. It's so impressive to see time and time again them find that next gear. However, it's few and far between teams who can take them off it. And Envy just did that. That to me is the most surprising part. And I have to say, FNS early rounds, incredible impact. Almost unsung hero of it to an extent. He gave them such a good margin. Victor, insane impact as well. Just so many good kills coming in, so many big moments like this clutch coming through. But Crashies he's got to be my MVP of this map.
Absolutely. Solid as a rock for Envy. Again, this early read, yay. Again, couple of shaky rounds, but also some that are on the back of him single-handedly going in favor. Talking about single-handedly, Tens definitely made it interesting. Again, this is why you can never count Sentinels out. Building back in that comeback, he was present in every single one of those rounds. Again, that one as well. It was massive for Envy to find that. And again, I think actually Dapper connected with that initial headshot. He's down to 10 HP to string together both of those kills to secure the victory. And wow. I mean, we go to split next.
Yep.
That's a talking point in itself. Worried, to say the least, but again, we could talk about the validity of this map record another time.
We can, I'm sure the desk will probably be doing that as well. But they want to break down the one that's just been seen because there's a lot to be said. So let's head over there after this break and get you all up to date on the action.
Ripping in the streets, and I'm saying on dub. Riding through the blocks, and they showing me love. Ripping in the streets, and I'm saying on dub. Riding through the blocks, and they showing me love. Riding through the blocks, riding through the blocks, riding through the blocks, riding through the blocks.
It's a vibe, man. When you burn that rubber and you turn your music up, it's the best shit ever. You can't even hear your car, you just hear all music.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where map 1 goes the distance and then some, with Envy finding a way to bring it home in the end. It was a hard-fought battle, to say the least, but Gio, from where I sit, all I can ask for is 2 more. Just 2 more of those, please.
I would love that. I really want this to go all the way. And if that map is anything to judge by, we've got to assume that it's going to, right?
Oh, please, Doug, please.
Well, there were just so many like clutch moments, and those don't always reflect in the stats, right? But there were so many instances where a couple of players in particular stepped up in big ways, right? You've got Crashies, particularly on the side of Envy, Tens on the side of Sentinels. They just continue to step it up.
I like the call out on Crashies because, while yes, it is Ye sporting the most kills and the highest combat score on the side of Envy, Gio, Crashies with the clutch in overtime to bring it home.
I mean, God, Crashies won the game, pretty much, or won the map, I should say. We're not quite at the end of the game. He is just got such a way of playing. He's always in the right place. And there were a couple of times where I wondered if maybe he was playing very close to Victor for a lot of the game, and I think there were times that meant that there wasn't sufficient support for Ye when he wanted to play a little bit riskier, which was something that Envy got into, but especially towards the end of the game, Crashies he was just always there.
Those final 2 rounds, it was all about Crashies, but we also have to talk about how we even got there to begin with. It was halftime that Coach Gio stepped in. She said, Tens, I need a 4K. Assistant Coach Dash said, how about an ace? Tens delivered both in our Verizon high-speed moment, Doug. He had a 4K in the first half, follows it up with another and an ace on the back half to bring us into overtime. This man's feeling himself.
And the thing is, I alluded to Crashies earlier, but Tens did the same thing, right? 9 of the last 10 rounds in regulation went in favor of Sentinels, and Tens had multiple multi-kills in those instances, like the definition of a gamer through and through. Sentinels needed somebody to put them back into it, and it was Tens all the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because there was a quote that Pansy said on the first half of the game, which was, Tens has had very little impact. And I feel like even though they didn't end up taking the map, he did hear that.
Yeah, he took that personally.
He very much did. So he got to the second half of the game, and suddenly he's having a ton of impact, which is what we would expect from Tens. It was out of character for it to be the opposite of that on that first half.
Monster performance out of him, but in the end, it does go the way of Envy, and we've actually got Bala standing by at the LED wall to help us break down that first map victory.
I guess it's just a day of all-time performances because we just got one from Crashies, but also, honestly, on the other side, Tens too. I've got 2 plays to break down, 2 executes from the first half by Team Envy, one that doesn't go their way and one that does, and I wanted to show kind of how different situations can unfold way differently to come with different outcomes. So first off, it's right off the bat for Envy. You could see in spawn, you actually have Crashies. He's throwing a dart right off the bat, and then all lined up outside of C, we're gonna have everybody. So what happens in this round? We obviously have the Sky down at the bottom. That's, we're gonna see Victor just dog right up, and everybody's gonna follow up with that. So let's go ahead and roll the mini map and just kind of show it all. I also want to pause for a second and pay attention to the setup for Sentinels on this round. It's actually a thrifty round for them, and Dapper's playing kind of off-site. You have the 2 cages and the 2 tripwires, and that's going to come in huge. Then you also have Sick inside of the garage. That's going to be kind of a linchpin to this round where they come through and are able to retake it, and then everybody else playing over towards A. Nothing too much to say about that except the rotation time is fairly long, so that's why these C hits can be very difficult to deal with. So we have Crashies throws a dart, they ult, then everybody follows up the drone. We have FNS throwing a couple of different things as well. Flash in the back of sight, but you can't get there because Dapper's popped both of his cages, and it freezes for Envy there. So let's look at some of the actual things that's happening. Why does he throw that dart at the beginning, and why does he ult from this position? You can see on the mini-map the lineup that he has. We're actually going to zoom in over there, and I want to bring up an arrow. Now that's the default button. Here's the arrow. look at the lane that he's pushing through, right? That's straight up in through garage. That's possibly where Sick is playing, and also up at the log. So clearing that entire area out, and the timing for Ye is also critical. He's coming in through there, then Crashes is gonna ult up through garage window, and then once over towards B. So let's look at it. He doesn't actually get anything because there's nothing in the sight, but this third shot is very interesting because he's actually checking for info here. Are they pushing B once this execute is happening? If they found that, he could play a little differently. He could play here in spawn. But either way, it's just a nice little thing that you could do with the Sova ults if you're definitely not finding anything in the first place. FNS with a couple of nice mollies through and through to start things off, and that's how you know it's a full execute from the start. Mauling close garage and mauling over towards logs as well. That's to help out EA the entire time, but they don't get backside. And this is the problem for them. Because Sentinels played for the 5v5 retake, literally right now, with 10 seconds on the spike being planted, they're not going for it yet at all. He does get a kill with the alarm bot into garage, but this is when things turn because Tens is in the back of sight. And we talk about all-time performances, it's stuff like this that come to fruition. That first jump, he doesn't spend too much in the air. If he did, his team's not there to trade him. So he wants to just get info, just peek his head out, and that's also to buy time for Sick, who's ulting out of garage and trying to find himself a kill. So he's baiting the rest of the team. Next thing, he comes out and actually trades Log's position, and then the entire time you have the rest of his team swinging on the back of sight, and because they could not get out of sight, that because of the cages that Dapper spent, that's easy for them to really trade that out. Okay, so once this round wraps up, there's one more, and we're going to speed through it as fast as I can because it is a very similar execute this entire time. They're going to have the Sova ult again to try to do the same thing, but this time they go for a garage split, and when you recall, they didn't do that at all. So they had garage control. You had Sick coming back through garage at the beginning of the round. They dog FNS up through window, and that is so key for him to stay in that entire position the entire time, and then they come back for the execute. That changes everything, the dynamic in the back of sight. Here's the dart and the flash and everything. Ye is also coming through garage, and they also know that Sick is instantly ulting with his run it back, and Ye is gonna try to hunt him down as fast as he can. He's gonna dash into the smoke and make sure he can take out Sick, even though he gets 2 kills on the site. This time though, not much is available for Sentinels to really clap back in because Envy took so much more space on the site. This is that moment, right? He knows Sick is about to run out of his ult, so he goes up into the smoke, knows where Sick is gonna ult from, and takes him out. That's the type of research that I really like to see from Envy, and honestly, one of the reasons why they're so good at fighting against Sentinels on this map and why it's always such a good match to watch. This is also the alert from FNS down the end. Really solidified the round when he got that shot through garage window, but the round is wrapped up at that point. We got ourselves another map. This is gonna be a really, really good series, and I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say about the next map coming up.
Thank you so much, Ball. Love seeing those little micro adjustments because we talk so much about how good Sentinels is at that kind of stuff, and it was Envy who had to make similar adjustments there to ultimately wrap up map 1. But now we turn our attention to Split, map number 2. It's Sentinel's choice. You heard Hypox say it. The map choice itself is a talking point because of the success that Sentinels has found on it in the past.
Well, it's a bit of a mixed bag, right? Because think about this, from June 1st until today, Sentinels rock a 4-3 record on Split. And you look at that and you go, 4-3, okay, good, not great. 2 of those 3 losses have come here on this stage, right? So it's just like a really interesting. Sentinels, clearly they feel good about it. It was their pick, as you mentioned, but it's been a mixed bag.
They like it in the face of struggles.
That's definitely true. One of the big things for me is the fact that both of these teams have played it against 100 Thieves in recent history. If you look to Envy, it was a 5-13 loss to them in the most recent NAVCT. That's the only time they played it in the last 2 months. If you look on the side of Sentinels, they've beat 100 Thieves twice in the last 2 months, 13-2 and 13-5. So those are very different sides of that coin.
So that's maybe more what it is. You take a look at Envy's performance on it, and that's where Sentinels gains the confidence. But we're straight into Prime Gaming Agent Select here to see what the teams will equip themselves with. 5 agents across the board, and only time will tell.
Yeah, Yeah, there is one interesting thing as we think about Envy and their reps on this map. Gio, you mentioned they'd only played it once in the last 2 months. If you feed back a little bit further, they have 2 reps on it, and the only reason I bring that up is because in the 2 times they've played this map, the composition's different.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't know that they even have like a comfortable composition that they feel good about playing on this map, at least with live reps.
The only core that they like is the Sky Viper, and those are so far the only 2 agents that have been locked in. Okay, so FNS going onto the Cypher, that is more akin to their more recent composition, where they also brought an Astra and Arena.
Yeah, they've got Crashies and Finesse swapping out the Cypher and the Viper, but take a look at Sentinels. 6 on the Sky as opposed to the Sage, which you've seen him on most recently.
I think there's a lot there. I like Tens on the Raze. I love that pick, and we've talked so much about how effective Raze is on this map in particular because of the tight angles, the ability to work your way around those corners and blow things up. When you've got Tens with the performance that he had on map 1, of course, you want to be able to unblock him, right? Give him more space to work, and that's what that Raze pick is designed to do.
I mean, as well, Dapper swapping to the Viper off of the Cypher, so 3 changes here for Sentinels from their most recent composition, as well as the ones we've talked about for Envy. Makes this anyone's game when I think about it, but I also wonder, as Hypoc and Pansy get ready for the call, their thoughts on the tools these teams have come into map 2 with.
Well, we have a few to kind of lean into this with. Something definitely caught your eye was some of that veto, well, not even the veto, but the agent select coming out.
Absolutely, yeah. And just coming back, Doug nailed the point I was getting at, really, is these composition changes. We're going to see Ye return to a bit more of a comfort pick. I'll say on that Jet, it's definitely something that feels a little better when we watch Envy play, but also actually a slight role switch between FNS and Crashies once again. Crashies actually coming onto the Viper, FNS returning back onto the Cypher. So this is really interesting. And again, I think with what we've seen in terms of Crashing being able to anchor solo, and particularly on Haven on defense, I think that's actually going to be really, really key for Envy's success here. Again, it's going to be interesting. You've always got to question the bringing this out now and it being the first appearance of this being here with the stakes being raised. But you and I actually had an opportunity to talk to FNS the other day and how much they've taken away from some of their scrims since just getting here and playing a different pool of teams.
Yeah, it does kind of change how you see things. You have to be willing to adapt. And I'm curious to see if this is an attempt at bringing out something new against an opponent that knows you very well.
Well, we also talked about the amount of footage available on the side of Sentinels from this event. Again, look at Haven, look at Split, right? When we think back to those previous losses to G2 and F4Q, that's a really interesting point to make, right? And again, FNS just leaning on that comment once again of what they've been able to learn and what they've been able to change themselves should make this a very interesting matchup here for map 2.
It does put us into a little bit of the realm of the unknown, doesn't it? A little bit of that, well, I wonder if they've been able to adjust a little here, bring something out, because this should be a Sentinels map, really, by quite a decent margin, I would say, but I mean, so was map 1 to an extent. But here we go. Into this one, Sentinels on the attacking side, Envy on the defensive side, and already Sentinels straight up the gut, straight up middle.
As well, no wall invested on the side of Crashes as well, so saving that for potentially a retake or on the back of contact if they're confident where Sentinels want to end up. Ye will actually swing back onto mid, and they will invest around Ye actually. The light armor and the ghost available on his side, so can look for him to try and find some value here to make that work. Sentinels will put some pressure on here. Actually, Sentinel hard clear underneath, but still falls.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising, but excellent trades for Sentinels. Sick and Zombs in combination, finding 2 should give them this site kind of under control. Oh, it's not pretty. It ain't nice. And, well, Ye's found a little bit of a cleaner success story here. That's a follow-up and a half. Crashies, we saw him on the last map, but unable to kindle the complete picture of the fire. Oh, Ye's still alive. He knows where you're at as well, Zombs. That frenzy. What you gonna do? Ye just gonna pause for a second.
He's got a lot of time.
Walks back around. Zombs is posted on this one. He's checking.
No way, Ye!
Yay! What a way to start it for Envy.
They invest around him in the pistol round and it pays dividends. Look at that, closing things out to Zombs. Again, both players for Sentinels very low HP, but the importance of the dash there. He finds that first kill. He's able to dip away. Beautiful stuff from Ye. And again, the comfort pick coming back onto this. How clean does he look on this? And round 1 comes out, sets the tone.
Yeah, good to see Crashies right back up where he left us as well. But yeah, this is They're going to play around again, clearing everything with so much intent. There isn't a second of doubt in his mind. He's clearing every angle as if he is right on that. I love to see it. Red Bull clutch there just to start this one off sweetly. And a 1-0 Sentinels. Right back in that maybe mindset of, okay, there ain't no rest for the wicked here. We got to really grind this game out. These boys are bringing the A game. We have to as well. Prior map went OT and then some. There's maybe no stranger to that look as well. Marv's going to get the first somewhat for free. Backs away, leaves it to Ye over towards Ramp.
Dapper actually tagged up as well, but look at that. He's going to swing through. Tries to capitalize on the reload, but can't find it. Sick will trade it. Can they retrieve that weapon though? The Crashes will actually throw a snake fire through, but yeah, Sick will dip in, grab that Spectre. So still a possibility to do further damage here. Good progress again for Ye now. One away from that Blade Storm for that next round. Sentinels will stall, but again, giving away these sound cues.
Yeah, very aware. As you can see how they're sitting on this crash. He's a little safer tucked around. He can kind of, you know, lean whichever direction needs it most in support if Victor gets the contact. Or if it's more Marved. Shazam, Sick. Maybe about to make this. There's a pop flash. Takes the corner. Victor will fall away, but there's Crashies in lovely combination. Swings out, and Victor will find the final one. Really nice little mini setup there. Nothing too complex about it, but not allowing Sentinels to springboard into it.
Absolutely not. And 4 SMGs maintained here to make round 3 the best possible chance for them to build up this buffer nice and early. Again, yay, decent progress towards that Blade Storm. 1 away. Whether or not we'll see him make a play for this orb on either side. Actually, he's up towards Ramp right now. It'll be a Marshal instead. Actually, 3 members of Sentinels outside A initially, and actually the spike and a Sick. Now, whether or not they commit early on, it's not tucked away and spawn. They're not really fighting for this close control either. Marv will slip through. Sentinels just posted outside, and again, in anticipation of Envy trying to convert these weapons.
Yeah, good read from Sentinels, and just as that was dismantled, Marv moved away as well, so moving around each other relatively well at this point. But again, you want to see arm's length being kept here. Sentinels want to ensure they don't get overwhelmed, but again, plenty of audio cues on this. Crashy's now noting pressure from both sides. He's in a bit of danger here now. Heaven control is firmly in favor to Sentinels. There's Crashies. Just feeling a little bit of the heat coming through. Dapper wanted to get involved in that, but he can't quite do it. Now it looks like Sentinel's going to go for that lead back towards A, and Sick's done well. Lovely pick up towards Ye, but Marv's still lingering around, but there's Dapper keeping control. Marv is just the nuisance from the site. Fighting this much impact already. Spots out Shazam, and now looking for more, not going to find it. So FNS trying to maybe capitalize on that timing too. Well controlled. Yeah. A second of pause for thought, almost like for Sentinels, just to hold and pick up these kills.
At that point, really, it's
Spike planted.
Just Sentinels working through, and there you go, the last one we found. Dapper aware of the flank. Victor will fall, and Sentinels will get themselves on the board and remove any possibility for that cushion to build up. Again, now though, Ye on the Blade Storm, whether or not we see him fully invest here onto the operator nice and early. It will be just that. No armor. Yeah, nothing else really too surprising here. Sick with the Seekers, and Dapper actually getting the Viper's Pit online nice and early. So again, whether or not we see another very slow, methodical default come through, and again, throw that in the post plant to make absolutely sure they can maintain control. And Ye actually drifting though. Sentinel set up to try and take mid control here at least. Crashies have to burn a snake bite on the way in, and actually Wall very interesting. You can see it's actually cutting right down towards Sushi, but nobody from ropes really to stare alongside that.
Look how much space it feels like Sentinels have, but there's so many players just...
It's given to them.
Yeah, sitting just a little bit deeper. Even Crashy's holding a deeper angle as well, not actually fighting the push-up either. And yeah, he's still trying to investigate maybe towards that A side, and you can see he's being sold on it, but it is still that piece coming up towards Heaven. All the players over here as well. Crashies is going to have to do some big work on this one. Pop flash through, he's blind, has to fall away to the deeper side of Rafters, but he's still alive. He's still doing damage, finds Tens, but he's the only one standing. Sick, what a way to enter this one up. Yes, there's still a presence, yes, there's still a danger, But they've done enough. The site's theirs, and you said it. There's the pop of the ult. They came on nice and early with that. And now Ye gonna lean around through CT, clearing this one out quite slowly, quite cautiously. Doesn't know if they've pushed up just yet. He has no idea where they're gonna be in that Viper's pit.
Still got at least one fact finder to send into it.
Pulling them in.
With a man disadvantage here. Envy considering actually, Xavier looks like Ye at least considering it.
Save. It's gotta be.
Again, at this point, very difficult to just throw bodies into that Viper's pit. You see, actually, Victor will post outside Sushi as well. Whether or not he's given anything on the way out. Very good the first, but Zom's good for the trade. At least a consolation. Ye will hold on to the operator. Marv will keep it. Again, forcing the armor repurchase at least. Again, a beautiful round. Sentinel on the back of Sick as well.
Yeah. His crashes are starting to become a bit of a problem after finding that pick towards 10s, you know, keeping himself just tucked away, even with that pop flash coming through. 2-2 now. You see those leftover weapons really supplementing the purchase coming out from Envy, otherwise it would have been just those, you know, specters and odds and ends, really.
Yeah. And that's interesting. I mean, I can understand trying to build around what's already available, but
okay.
That's a big swaying factor here to invest this here. They can make absolutely sure that
Shazam's still pushing it.
Oh, yeah, he's walked it.
He's living in this right
what
now.
What the hell?
Crashy's just got absolutely dominated by Shazam there. Lovely ult, mate. Yeah, I'll just walk up on you. You didn't expect it? No worries. Absolutely done. 5v4, Victor, FNS, Ye, and Marv. Probably a little baffled by what just occurred.
I am. Crashes he wasn't even watching towards that hop up onto the box. Ye now will be called upon. Shazam, his opposite number. Just trying to cut off this rotation here. That's where Sentinels will try and force their way in, but it's a 1-for-1. Actually, sorry, that's Shazam finding Ye in mid. He actually pushed through on that.
Yeah, but Marv's still around on this, so they haven't had full success, but you can see them peeling away. Marv now knows there's probably more coming this way, because that's not Shazam, that's Dapper, that's a different player. Shazam's still here. No, Marv! Where are you finding that brilliance? 3 kills this round makes it even close to viable. Victor is in the weirdest timed position. And FNS may be thinking, hold on, do I need to be careful in case they go through? They don't expect it, but may misread it to an extent. It could be the other player, but actually, Victor wins against Zoms in that. And now 6 noted position. Has to try and fight for this one, but he's going to try and maybe hit towards A. Hope that FNS was already on the way, but the Seekers, just one of them, one lonely little Seeker en route towards that A site. And the plant, he's got 10 seconds. It's going down.
And actually, he will get his Seekers online with this as well. So,
oh, the timing!
Look at that, FNS tried to swing on him, 19 HP left.
But at least has the resolve to sit back for a second. Doesn't want to overpeak this, even though he was low. Pop flash, no one there. Sick now has 1 flash and the Seekers still to play with. Another flash, no one there. They're going to play this as a duo, and they swing it together. Envy right back into things now.
So well played. FNS actually closes the distance. I was looking at the minimap. I thought there's no way they can stop this plant from happening, but FNS just catches him at the end of it. That's a big upgrade again on the back of that investment around just Ye's operator, Marved on that Phantom, I think, initially.
That weird ult as well.
Yeah.
Like, that whole round from start to finish felt like so many different rounds sewn together almost.
This man
Marv,
right here.
Game-changing. Game-changing in this position.
Round 3 on that round, and again, 6 so low that... That's probably something
what
along
a
the lines
nice
of,
peek. That was really nice. Well done. I think was
nice shooting with the Spectre there, friend. Good shots.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
Do you read lips?
Occasionally.
I can tell.
It's got better since I've been at Berlin, to be honest.
It's true.
This is a nice year.
Ops out. Shazam's got his. Sick will be down to that Spectre. Victor looking for an early bit of info. Finds a little on the other side.
Here.
Actually, lots of tools available for Sentinels as well. Cosmic Divide, Blade Storm. The Seekers, as I said, Sick got that online in the previous round. We'll try and pave the way for Dapper to move up here, or at least try and find something. Now Shazam will drift towards A. Actually, a little bit of progress on the side of Sentinels here. This wall should cut across and allow them safe passage forwards. Maybe just pause here, allow that toxin to rebuild. Envy will position behind it though, and in a position to flash into this actually if they The inclination here. Zeke's popped that sleep very preemptively. Look at that, the wall drops.
Yeah, Victor caught with the flash in the hand. I'm surprised Crashies was alive for so long, but Marv, he's on the gates, and he's got the spray. That's two incredible kills. Dapper and Tens just feeling like chopped liver at this point, and now 3v3. Spike is down, so we're in the post plant. We have Shazam on that up, still looking towards Heaven, but there's so many towards CT. They're already going to start clearing through. Yay, leading the pack, happy to do it. One on the side, it's going to be sick. That Spectre not feeling so brilliant at this moment. Spotted down. Oh, but it is found. How is that sprayed away? And Zoms, this position unnoted. Now they know that the spray is good for one. He needs two more, and he's desperate for it, but the plant's not for him. Ye's HP is 1. He's down so low, but Marv's got your back. And Envy make it up to 4 rounds now.
That's so strange to watch. Again, one player stuck, isolated on site. And Envy, again, they stack up. They just play numbers on the way back in. But the contingency there, I'm not entirely sure as why there isn't an extra body at least playing Hell or somewhere to stop this from happening.
Damn, Marv, what a round from him.
Another insane. Those 2 kills on Rafters, absolutely pivotal for Envy.
Changed it completely.
Completely.
Because those first 2 pickups were so quick. They had the perfect springboard off it. They caught, who was it with a flash in their hand? I mean, Victor just caught literally flash in hand. Nothing more to be done. He was instantly swept up. And off the back of that, the quick pickup as well with the Seekers. And then it all spiraled. However, speaking of spiral, the money has filtered away from Sentinels. But they do at least have the blades coming out for Shazam. Finesse waiting on the other side. Yay, tucked towards the site. It was a bit of a heavier lean towards A. I mean, to an extent, Victor was leaning that way. He's going to peel himself back towards Heaven. And you're right. Camera sees it all.
You want to
flash,
fight it?
and the divide goes up too.
Camera taken out.
A little bit of a bait. At least, but
But
important to
Ye
know,
can
Ye's on the
see
right side of it. He knows everything.
Ye's just fine, yeah. He's feeling unpressured, unworried, unfazed. And Victor's caught sick. Victor on the side! These adjustments between everyone is just sublime. As now the shutout has happened. None of the impact the Sentinels want to have made any headway at all. Ye was able to confirm, yeah, nothing coming main, boys. I can just dip back and forth. Sweet, I get a free wall to play around.
They can full commit to holding Heaven there. The Sentinels are given nothing on the way in. Victor looking a little snappy with it here. Look at that readjustment to find Zoms as well. The Prime Gaming Flawless coming out, and Envy building up a little bit of steam here. See what the response from Sentinels is. Again, they will spread very thin in the buy phase at least, but 10's one away from the showstopper. Everything else invested in these previous rounds, and I gotta say it, not really finding anything on the way in.
No, Ye now, different look. Gonna be taking himself towards middle for a little longer. He's been playing a little bit more posted up on the sites. Are you fancying this one? Would be 10's, who's actually just blind. It's actually, excuse me, Shazam was just completely blind on that one. Couldn't make much of it. Crashy's now going to reinstigate this, kind of retake that space a little bit more, put himself up towards mailroom. And Sick obviously wants in, as does Dapper, but how do you get through this now?
Yeah, so the Snakebite going to slow things down a little bit. 10's unable to push any further. FNS and Ye will dig their heels in on sight, even if Crashies falls here. Actually, the spam actually good. 10's will eat up a lot of that damage.
And this is one man. He's making so much time being bought, so much impact just with having this. And they knew Ye was up here at some point, but where's he gone to? And maybe they don't need help
Crashies,
because
man.
Crashies wants the limelight. Only gets 2 this time. But now they know where that third player is. They've got to know 10's is up here as well. And Ye gets freedom to look now. Spots out the paint shell. He knows he's coming. 10's on the way. Flies on in. He can't do it. Ye just as snappy. And Envy are on 6. There's cracks in the crown of Sentinel starting to show, and I'm getting worried. 10's is on 0 to 8. There is not a time that I'm used to saying that. There's not a world where I expect that. This man's normally towards the top of the scoreboard. At the moment, he's having no freedom at all.
No. That synergy that Sentinel's renowned for, again, just spotting that slight miscalculation with the flash there, gives Envy the opener. But again, the setup is just, nothing is testing the back line of Envy right now from Sentinels. Not even able to get that deep again. 10's will fall. Ye finds the first blood once again. Crashies, total control of mid.
Toxin screen down.
In here, just Sheriffs to work with on the side of Sentinels. And actually, remember Dapper getting himself all the way up towards ropes. This is unnoted as of now. And Crashies, does he consider this?
I don't think he does. Dapper's gonna check in. Every day of the week. This one for Dapper. Now just dip out of there. He's got himself a lovely upgrade, a bit more time as well. He knows how much room he's got to operate with. Hasn't been able to clear out Victor or maybe check towards CT, but you take what you're given in those rounds. Flash goes in, doesn't show anything either, so they still are a little unawares of what's on the other side of this. And wait, he's still alive. I'm so amazed that he's still alive on that. Victor's still on the side, though. They're so unawares. They've been caught with their pants down. Victor is just this backline defense that they have no idea was waiting. Shazam is just baffled by this now. He has to try and fight his way out. That's one. He's got to put FNS in a body bag and Victor as well, and Victor's just feeling himself. He's peeled away from the site. FNS on the swing, and Envy starting to look dominant, Hypoc. I'm starting to lose words. We've got 2 rounds for Sentinels. Map 1 is Envy's.
The man who has dropped 230 bombs at this event, Lauren, is currently 0 and 9. They are completely negating.
How did that kill not happen, by the way? Because he was in the ult animation.
I don't, he's ducking under it. The duck and spread.
The duck and spread. Not I hope production clips you doing that. Just keep it for me. That's a personal treat. That, you know, maybe a gift or two.
For the blooper reel.
Yeah, truly. But I'm at a loss for words. We're actually seeing Sentinels with 2 rounds. Envy have turned up, and map 1 was a slaughter, a slog. Just 2 heavyweights taking lumps out of each other. But this is Envy looking pretty established. Sentinels keep looking like they found a way in, but then someone steps up. Be it Victor, Crashies, Marv. It doesn't matter. Everyone's had that moment now.
Again, Sentinels feel as if they found a weakness here in the defense. Surprisingly so, because Victor's still on A site, but see once again now they try and force the issue. They're trying to find this rotation. The Seeker's invested here. And Sentinels will have to respect this for the time being. Actually, sick. Solo with the spike right now. He's got to be careful to lose that, but the drop will come through. Shazam falls first. Victor once again finds when he's able to dip away as well.
You can also it's dreamy,
no
isn't
way.
it? It's everything you've imagined for Envy.
They're boxed in now.
They are so cornered. They've nowhere to really back away to either. Ten's going to try and do something. That's created a bit of space, and it's so minute, but Sick doubled down on it. Huge pick up there. Gives them a little bit of a step away from the site, so one can slip towards hell. Yay tries to lean out. Ten's caught him. There he is. Ten's finally wakes up in this, and they needed him.
And that's exactly what you get. Tens will finally deliver in a round here. Sentinels will put their 3rd on the board. Marv currently leading the chart. Actually, that's what I didn't see. I didn't even take note of that. Marv 13 and 5 right now for Envy. Let's see if Sentinels can build on this now. They need another round. Again, look at the stack for Envy. 10k credits across the board here. They've got another 2 purchases comfortably left. Now, even with the victory here, Sentinels need to keep 3 up. Again, a lot more delicate on their side.
Sentinels still sounding composed. You hear it in there still. Just, you know, good comms, keeping themselves in good spirits. But the reality is looming that they are at a deficit here. But it ain't over yet. Remember what the scoreline on the half was in the prior map and how it ended, how close it was. If it takes Tens activating, exactly, then so be it. Away we go. First contact really truly made towards that B site, and it's not much of a split. There's a late lurk coming in, but it is really eyeing this up. Crashies still here, 1 back site, 1 towards rafters. There's a lot of bodies on this site, and Sentinels are finding no success just yet. The cross comes down. It's gonna be Zoms. Actually, Shazam gonna somehow get back in towards FNS. Zoms chimes in with 1 towards Crashies. Site is now under question, but Victor still got himself here. But that late lurk, what's happened to it? Not much. Sitting towards that B main. They're now postured for that retake, holding on in the post plan. Yay, blinded, caught off. Great timing from Sick. Marved. Marved's got 1. He doesn't have a follow-up. Zoms just stills the beating heart and gets 3. And Sentinels work a little closer back now.
We do indeed, and that's this closes out 7-5. Nothing short of a miracle considering the way this half has felt. Envy being in total control. Sentinels though. again, we'll find hope. Again, 7-5, pistol in round 2. We're tied up again in the second half. We'll have to wait and see here.
Get out of my way.
And Crashies immediately will pop that Viper's Pit, and he's got a judge. Now, if they decide to force on through, Shazam actually goes exploring once again. He was the one to completely remove this Viper's Pit last time. Ten's got to be careful. He's fully decayed right now. One stray bullet. The Sentinels now will drift back through sewers. Again, Trailblazer will follow up and it will confirm nobody being inside this Viper's Pit.
Good information garnered from that. And you can see Tens is actually maybe giving it a second look just to see if someone's going to start walking. But it's Ye who's going to be on red alert. Sees a pixel out of place, he's noted them. Now falls off it, tagged up himself, down to 50, has to respect this. Flash comes back in, there's no quick pressure off the back. Shazam wanted to close the gap, but they're re-exploring, but Crashes is here. He's got a judge. He's waiting, sees just the figure through the smoke. Somehow Tens is quicker. Marv, how is he among them? But they've gotten away with it. They're so quick on the trigger, but Ye now leans over, just gonna pluck Zoms out and then fade away into the smoke. A 3v3, Spike's on the way, it's gonna be planted right now. They have to clear back through.
Spike planted.
Now post-plant time we go.
The important kill to find is that one right there. Ye will catch a pixel.
Oh, Seekers too.
As that poison orb drops again,
Ye's
he's
gonna
got to
push
find it quickly. He's not going to get it. Shazam will get the better of him.
And Victor's flank just instantly revealed. Now loses a lot of the validity that he was maybe hoping for. Shazam, well and truly aware of it, can sit on that angle to watch the cross, but he's a little cautious that maybe there's one coming heaven. But for now, it's just that one Sky going to be quickly getting into this. Sick down to 1 HP there. And Victor now just going to lean in. It is just down to FNS in a 1v2. Make it a 1v1, but time. Hypoc, he ain't got much of it. And honestly, in these scenarios, you know Shazam is going to play that time limit perfectly. He is. There's recovery here for Sentinels. It ain't over yet. It was looking so one-sided for such a long time.
Absolutely. And right there, again, the contingency fully considered. Shazam playing towards ramps, maintaining control there. Again, never in question for them.
No, we are now just waiting for that second half. It's 7-5, not quite the curse scoreline, but this one is so darn close. And the people I want to hear from, and maybe how this has changed their expectation, considering Split coming in, these maybe little agent switch-ups, is the desk. Thoughts, folks?
Well, Pansy, I don't know what to think anymore, because this whole series is just throwing expectation to the wind, and Envy looks comfortable right now. Well, granted, Sentinels was able to close the gap here near the end of the half and bring it to 7-5. The way that things started off here for Envy was clean.
It was a hot start, and you saw it in the pistol right off the bat, right? El Diablo comes out with a 3K, and you feel that momentum. I think they rallied that off to a 7-2 lead at one point, and you could almost hear Shaz. Every single pop-off at the end of a round was like trying to will his team back into what's going on. The focal leader for Sentinels, he's working in overtime here to make this happen.
I mean, it was round 10 that Ten's got his first kill.
Oh, that's brutal.
That is not what A, you want to hear if you're a Sentinels fan, or B, what you expect to hear if you're anyone.
A Valorant viewer.
Yeah, exactly.
He did pick up 4 kills in that round, and so maybe, again, he's warming back into it on that Raze pick, which is a little unique. But for the side of Envy, we got to talk about Marved, because a lot of our conversation has been Ye and Crashies, and on this map, it's the Astra player.
And for good reason, by the way, on Ye and Crashies, but I think it takes multiple gamers to do something like this, to take down Sentinels in a knockout stage. 5 of them. And so far, we've seen from 3, in a big way, Marved has been very impressive in this half.
I've been really happy with the way that Marv and Victor have been playing together, holding down the A side a lot of the time. Marv will either be up in heaven or he'll be in screens. Victor's usually off towards the default plant, and it basically means if anybody is to push into the A side, there's always someone there to deal with it. You've got the support from the flashes. Marv's playing really well with his utility and just getting amazing kills as well. And you see a lot of utility always invested over towards B, which means whichever way Sentinels decide to go, there's going to be something to meet them there.
Well, Sentinels move to the defensive side of the map here now, Doug, and for me, I think it's all about Shaz. As you mentioned, he's been amping up the team, but it's going to be that leadership and his creative calling that's going to bring them back into this series and perhaps extend us to a map number 3. But right back over to Pansy and Hypoc to dive into it.
Yeah, I want right back in. Get us back in the game. Let's get it going. There's no holding back. We're 5-7. But those last three gave a little bit of a resurgence of hope, I feel, to Sentinels themselves and obviously everyone else watching.
Like I said, this really feels like unjust, really, considering how dominant Envy looked, at least in the first 6 or 7 rounds of that half. So Sentinels almost given a lifeline here again. The pistol round, round 2, we're all tied up once again. Envy have to find something here. Is actually Crashies will invest his wall over again, pretty much exactly the same as what Dapper was doing every single round on Sentinel's default. 3 players right now committed towards A, but let's say that Shazam just about starting to drift back into ropes. Envy potentially will be there to greet him or even challenge him.
Very similar scenes here. Shazam going to be forced away though, as event control is now in the hands of Envy. So the protocol is beginning, but a correct lean so far, at least from Sentinels. Players in the correct place. Envy though are going for that bit of a crunch. Look at Marvin and Crashies just in the distance over there, building through this, and as you noted on the other side, they're starting to explore things to maybe confirm their suspicions that this player's coming their way. Tens is on 20 HP. He's just been overrun by Ye. El Diablo is here in person, in the flesh and blood. Ye ripping life away from Shazam, and now there's one life pillar, and you see he wanted it. Ye was so ready for that, but Zom's in that frenzy, man. He's still wild with it. Gets 2, fades away. Wanted the 3rd, gets denied it. Victor's right there, and FNS has been watching this the entire time. Hears it, can't do much about it. Dapper wins that fight. The Crashies, similar again, instantly get so close to this. Notes both players now know they're held up and has to get ready for them to drop on in. They're actually already facing, trying to maybe force them away from a couple of angles here, but Crashies way ahead of it, eats the flash though, so does Victor. Now there's problems. One left, one right. What can Victor do in this? They're bounding around. No way! Victor! Are you kidding me? He finds the Red Bull clutch on the pistol round, Lauren. That was absolutely insane. Both players so low. Back-to-back right clicks. What was that? I thought there was no way Sentinels were going to give that one away.
One enemy remaining.
That is disgusting.
Look at him fired up. Watch his face off this. That's 1, that's 2. And you just know that's fired them right back up here. That Red Bull clutch is a way to kick off into this half. 5-8 now. And you're right, Sentinels had that in the palm of their hands. That was it. That was the one right back in the game. Close the gap, they're on the door. They've turned strange rounds. They've done damage in those lesser weaponry rounds. And this, though, is clean. Very clean from Envy.
Healing over here.
Yeah, actually be able to heal Ye right back up. Victor will have to continue as 24. Dapper just comes swinging through. Sentinels want to get the formality out of the way of this round. Get themselves back on some rifles at least here. Whether or not Zoms can do any further damage again. Look for FNS and Victor if he can find them. We'll find FNS. Same position, but no 2-piece for him there. 4 will survive, and Envy now have a 4-round lead. And a very comfortable opportunity at the bonus round here.
At this point, I just feel they're a map up. They've got a good start to the second half. Destiny's starting to cool, you know. This is, do they heed the call? Can they actually close against Sentinels? This is a huge opportunity. There will be that way back in for Sentinels once the economy comes around. You get those 4 buys like we're seeing here. They have to do something about this. They can't, you know, let it go to the wayside. But the pressure starts to mount and mount and mount, and fewer mistakes can be had.
Blinded.
Deep Flash goes in, and Sick gets things started.
We'll confirm presence at least. We're going to try and slow things down here. See if actually Sentinels try and send anything forwards. Other than utility at the minute, but nothing confirmed actually on the side of Sentinels towards A at least, and Crashy's got himself tucked away. All the way in spawn behind that wall. Now Zoms, he'll be playing screen. Shazam now will pick up the slack in ropes, but whether or not we see the other 3 members of Sentinels now who look like they're about to walk mid will drift out.
Timing's a little uncomfortable. Victor's cleared a lot of sight off the back of that, but the swing's caught by Sick. That's perfect timing just to recheck that moment, just to make sure no one's getting away with much. But while this happened, Obviously, Envy leading away. Now, Shazam didn't get as clean as he wanted on that connection. Good bit of damage, but it's not the kill. And actually, Yay! What? Yay, the spin up towards Rafters drags Shazam down into the body bag. And now look at them trying to play back into this quickly. Those rifles are feeling a little looser in the grip of the palms. Just sweaty now as Envy is just shutting this down! It's double digits for Envy!
The Seeker's invested all the way from spawn, and Victor throws a huge flash there that comes all the way over and flashes just as Sentinels drop out from heaven. That is absolute madness on the side of Envy. Yay, the tip of the spear for him. He finds his first. Shazam desperate to find that trade.
And any other player, any other time of the week, that would have probably worked for Shazam, just trying to work off the back of that pick towards screens, but no, Yay instantly just head on a swivel.
He is dialed in this map, and again, a little bit of a reinvestment. Actually, Sick with the Spectre, Zoms with a Spectre as well, Sheriffs across the board. Sentinels need to stop Envy now. They need to do damage. They need to win this round, if anything. Make sure that this repurchase comes through, but again, Yay's going to find an opening. Sick will fall. Shazam will re-challenge. Going to burn his dash to get out of there. Again, the flash perfect, but can't close this one down just yet. Victor, actually, we'll find
very nice.
Not the kill, but Shazam responds. Again, look where Crashes has got to. And he's heard the rotation as well. He knows this is wide open.
He can get so deep towards CT as well if he wanted to, if he really wanted to make sure. And look, the spike's on the way. This might be history in the making, folks. If you aren't already watching, if all your friends aren't watching yet, now's the time to give them the call, because this is looking like 11 could be here, unless Tens, Shazam, or Dapper wants to deny this story from beginning. Marved has found Tens, Shazam, and Dapper now. They need something. That's going to be 11 now looming. As one more stands, it's only Dapper. 4 to do it. It ain't happening. It's 11. Envy are striding through this game, and I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
This just looks so comfortable right now, and again, not even considering the possibility of the anti-eco not going in their favor. They charge up ramp there. Again, on the back of that, Crash is just walking. Freedom, absolute freedom on the other side of the map. It comes down to this. Sentinels now 750 credits left over after this purchase. It's 4 in a row for Envy in the second half. Seeker's available on the side of Envy. Actually, Yay has that operator online now and the Blade Storm.
Get out of my way.
Victor starts the process. Does manage to check from the player towards the back of site. Crash, he's already leaned pretty far into this one. Six found him. Six still trying to find so many of these key pivotal frags here and there, but it's that final hit. It's that lean back towards A that's been the problem. Yay's right there. He's closed in.
He's chasing him
and
down.
And he wants Zoms. He wants him dead. He doesn't get it. Zoms denies. Lives to fight another day. Drives down 3.
Down A.
He will not relent right now. As Victor thought he got some timing to it, but no, I think it's Shazam who's going to get him on the back of the heels. No, Tens will catch him. And Sentinels spring back into it off of just Zoms.
Again, this one here, really around the Envy, can throw into the wind, but Sentinels, they carry weapons across, and that's important here because there's 5 more rounds to make up.
If any team can do it, though, come on. We've seen Sentinels do this time and time again.
I've seen them do it in this series.
We've seen it in map 1. You open that door, you just a grab, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, just a little gap in a window. They'll find their way back in. It's very similar to the scenes we saw in that prior round. We go again. This time, though, the spike. Not drifting towards A early on.
Shazam as well will show his hand initially, but Yay in position. On the back of FNS's utility, almost baiting that peek out. And Marv will take a little damage. Neural Theft invested now. That will post that Zoms is solo on site once again, and the Tens has already drifted into ropes. You're right, the temptation there. But look at it.
They're
Envy have pulled a rotation here. B's wide open.
This is such a good play, whether it be a Galaxy brain read, thinking they're going to try and support that solo player. And look at the position towards Heaven. This actually is looking incredible now off the back of the punish from Dapper. Finds two. Yay and FNS now lost. It may sell them more on this, but Sick knows what's up now. He's going to dip right in. He's not sitting back for a second, tries to catch him on the backside of that plant, but he can't do it. Marved takes so much damage on the way through as well. Down to 10 HP. Crashies and Victor looking like the walking wounded. Tens gets to keep his life and takes Victor's as a reply. 1 HP for Crashies, nothing for Marved. Crashies, you're gonna go absolutely nuts on this? Let's see what you got for us. That's 1. He needs 3 more. And on the other side, the divide. Oh, the timing. Wait, what?
No,
wait, what? They just slipped past each other and now dips back in. There's a player on the spike. Oh my god, he got another, but he doesn't quite get enough. It's still going for Sentinels. It ain't done yet. They make 7 now on the board.
They live to fight another round. Envy will be held on 11, and Dapper here in position to at least confirm what they believe Tens.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, that one looked weird from the other side of it, but oh my word.
This is a roller coaster of a game. 2 now back to back, but look at the lengths
money.
they have to go to. And you're right. Look at this. Oh dear.
That's 2 full wipes here.
Yep.
They can still afford this full purchase, but it's only 2,600 left. But the loss bonus comes in the next round.
They built up bank. They built up bank, but Sentinels still fighting. There is still so much life in them yet. All towards middle. Last time we saw that on the other side, Shazam just walked through it. Just went for a wander.
Any volunteers?
No.
On the side of Envy?
No one fancies it. Absolutely no one is going, yeah, I'll walk it. Off I go.
Envy once again looking to, I guess, pressure a site that is wide open. I think right here, Sentinels considering, well, how many times do they burst B? The answer being 1 more at least. Sick will actually be called upon here. The flash is good. It will confirm they're already in though. Sick.
Good traded
by Crashies. Actually, another comes back. Victor and Dapper will find kills as well.
Yeah, still the 3v3, but we know what the money's like here. Envy wanting to keep hold of everything they can in this. Now the smoke reveals. It reveals so much. Yay connects well towards Tens, but he knows there's another up towards Heaven. And now a 2v3, Zoms and Shazam. They're all on the side here. They take the fight. Yay's found Shazam. And now just Zoms in a 1v3. This is North American Regicide right now. Envy might just be about to kill the king.
The dynasty in question right now. Envy, Reach, map, and series point versus Sentinels. They still have a huge deficit to build up. And Yay, I mean, I said it before, dialed in. He keeps landing. He keeps coming up huge for Envy. Everything riding on this now. Sentinels have to find a response. They have to hold Envy on 12 rounds.
Light armor on Tens, a Spectre on Shazam.
Blinded.
2 key components though, the Blade Storm and the Showstopper. You can see Shazam here trying to find something on A ramp. Nothing yet. Envy again leaning towards B.
Yeah, happy to lead the charge with FNS. Tens a little deeper in towards middle. And they've just walked in towards B. They've walked ahead. Dapper now knows he's in so much danger. He's calling for support. They found him. Dapper's down. Ye's in the sight. A quick play back in, but Six just dead. And now, what is left? Shazam, Tens, and Zoms. Nothing comes from the ult. They are in tatters. They're in shambles. Shazam still connects on 1 towards Crashies. A 3v4. Yay, deep towards CT has to fall back into this. Secure that spike. Make sure there's no play coming back in through Heaven. Now they try and bide the time. The flash comes in. It doesn't quite find what they wanted. Yay, still trying to dip between CT and watching that drop down. Shazam is there. Tens, they're all looking for it. No opportunities being found. It's traded out again. Yay's there. It's all on Shazam, and it's over. It's done with. They say when you come for the king, you best not miss. And Envy, they didn't.
Our reigning champion Sentinels will fall here after Envy not even stepping up to the plate, surpassing all expectations, and they were an outside runner. You could say it. This man right here having an incredible series. Absolute madness. 8 first bloods on that final map.
Insane. Throw him Marved. Those clutches, those 3Ks, he was pouring out time and time again. Sentinels. You don't often get to see it. Made to look human. The first slice of blood came towards them earlier in this tournament by a European team, and now the North American brothers have gone one step further.
I cannot believe that. Again, that map performance, considering what we knew coming into this, again, the map pool, how valid is that map record coming into this, especially with somebody like Ye getting back on that comfort pick, back on the jet, wreaking absolute havoc versus Sentinels here. Just, I'm speechless, Lauren. What an absolute statement sent as well. To do it in this fashion.
In this game, that's the semi-finals locked in now. That's Envy now just taking the box. They're ready to now try and make their own legacy.
Enemy remaining.
Just, again, this here. Just so on point throughout. I'm absolutely blown away. I thought there was a possibility, but I honestly was leaning towards this going to the third, going the distance, honestly. Bind would have been a spectacle in itself, Lauren, but
yeah, we
don't even need to see it.
Envy, you've done brilliantly. Stepping onto this.
God's work.
You know what? Ice cold. All of you. Crashy, super clutch on map 1. You've had Marv coming through. You had Yay. Everyone.
All
FNS, those
good.
lurks. All good, boys. All good.
What an achievement.
Wow. I'm so impressed with what they've done here. And for Sentinels, we get to see them come back stronger next time. That's the story of it. And what a legacy they can make. But for now, the chances are all for Envy.
And actually, just thinking forwards here, again, with what we've seen tonight, again, 100 Thieves proceed, Envy proceed. As, again, show me your pick'ems. I said it the other day, I want to see pick'ems. Because this, again, you have to have expected this was going to go the complete opposite direction, especially with Sentinels again, yes, stumbling along the way. Talk about seeding matches, talk about hiding strats, all of that nonsense here. Envy completely crushed them here.
This is their moment. This is all those hours they pour in the game, what they wake up for, what they're obsessed with, what they eat, sleep, and play. This is it. This is their moment to thrive in it, and truly deserving. FNS stepping up, doing everything they need in this. And my, I am so impressed with this team. And look, they did it in, Sentinel's backyard. That map veto, I was worried. I was like, it's probably a 3-mapper. Maybe there could be a push on the third, but...
I thought if the upset was coming, then actually you'd lean towards map 1 going Sentinels and a potential to flip this. Yep. But again, I'm blown away that this is 2-0. Envy have completely blown me away, and do you know what? I can't wait to see the next level. Again, just come back to that discussion I had, just that snippet conversation with FNS, how much they've learned just since being here, expanding that team pool, the learnings they brought into this, and you can see it on paper here, completely different composition coming through, and they just look so damn comfortable.
They do, and it's been an absolute honor being able to see these last 2 games.
Absolutely.
And we're not even on tomorrow, so we're going to sit back and enjoy it with you guys, but we'll see you the day after. However, before we close out the day, let's head down to the desk after those Prime Gaming highlights to just remind you of the history that's just happened in front of you.
Two teams that are all too familiar with each other, but they stare each other down for the first time here at Masters Berlin.
Eyes down. Piss off. Walk out. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Okay. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Welcome back to Bear Team Music Hall, where it's Envy taking a page out of the Sentinels playbook, advancing to the semifinals, having not dropped a single map here at Masters Berlin. And wouldn't you believe we'd be saying those words at this point in the tournament, Bala?
No, not when you had to go through Sentinels to get there. That is mind-blowing to me that they might start a run similar to what we saw from Sentinels.
It's like we started to see that downfall from Sentinels. Like, first you drop a map, then you drop a series, and then suddenly you're going home. Like,
and in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah.
Brutal. Kind of brutal. That's our reigning champs.
A brutal beatdown, but what a performance by Envy to get it done. Again, we talked about that first map, how back and forth it was in the clutch out of Crashies to bring us to the 1-0 scoreline that we would enter split with. And then Envy just didn't stop. I mean, they looked comfortable on their defensive half and were able to lock it up as well. I mean, it looked clean.
Everybody who turned up in that Haven game in overtime turned up on the second map and more. Marv had an impact. Victor was insane the entire time too. So yeah, I think that's what happens. And then on the other side, you see Tens at the bottom of the scoreboard, 0.7 KDA. That's definitely rough.
That is so out of character. And I feel like the way that Sentinels played on split against G2 was kind of the practice for them to get here. And they had a pretty good time on it against G2. It just didn't work here. It just wasn't enough. Envy came in swinging in a way that Sentinels hadn't faced yet.
Ye was the most recent addition to this Envy roster, and boy, is he fitting this team like a glove. Topping the scoreboard once again, making a name for himself here, as if people didn't already know his name entering Masters Berlin.
Is El Diablo the kryptonite?
It might very well be.
Is he going to be the kryptonite going forward? We see this matchup certainly again in NA down the line too. This is a really nice performance from him, especially for his first LAN in Valorant.
I mean, they're going to feel good off of that. And, of course, they're staring down another North American opponent as they look forward toward their semifinals. But I imagine they're going to take a moment to breathe this one in, celebrate, because that's got to be a shock to their system. Again, what they just accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, it's just seeing their reaction at the end. They all kind of screamed, but then it was just like silence. I think they just like realized what had actually happened. I just think it's so cool because, for me especially, coming into the tournament from the start, I said Envy is the team I'm the most excited to see play, but my worry was that maybe we had an inflated idea of how they were doing because of their opponents in their group. This game has proven that was really unfounded.
I honestly think that in general, the groups, when we talk about like the inflated perceptions and the weaker opponents and stuff like that, I think that was all wrong. I think literally every single team here had something to show.
Turns out, Group D wasn't that great. Those Sentinels guys.
G2's still there.
Well, G2
exactly.
did good, but those Sentinels guys, like.
I was gonna say the one seed's still very much alive out of Group D, and only time will tell if they can push it all the way to the finals and challenge one of our two NA squads who will pop out on the other side. But of course, as we reflect on the entire day of quarterfinals series, there's one moment to me that stands out above all else, and it comes from, in my opinion, the best series of the day. That was series number 3, in which 100 Thieves showed the mental, and one player in specific came up in a big way. It's Nitro in our HyperX Reflex play of the day. It's a single kill, but it's the most important kill of 100 Thieves tournament.
2 versus 3 at this point. It was ridiculous for him to hit this shot.
That's it. It's against an op on CNED.
Exactly.
It hurts.
You can imagine the impact that's going to have down the line in that round, and they were down by 5 at that point. Match point was already up for Ascend.
Down by 5. It was 5,000 credits to their name. In eco round, he gets that playoff with the knife. Then the op in his hands, and from there he does work to push him into overtime, take the map, and move into the next series. So that's a highlight to me, even though it might not be the flashiest, play that we've shown at the end of a day here so far at Masters Berlin.
Well, it's like on top of that, this is a guy who usually plays controller too.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
let me hop on the jet for a moment.
I'm just wondering if maybe like Nitro and Tens could meet up and share a couple tips, because judging by Tens' performance today, maybe he might need them.
Well, that's brutal, man.
Okay,
come on. Yeah, he did bottom frag on the race, but you can't ignore the Haven performance. Again, even in a loss, 2 4Ks and a 5K.
I drew the thing. I get it.
You did.
I get it.
You did.
I think it does speak to kind of a problem that Sentinels might have been showing right before Reykjavik even was the flexibility of their roles, and that's kind of why they were just like, hey, Ten's just go play Reyna, right? Because that Raze pick for him has not necessarily been very good, and that was a problem on Split going into Reykjavik. They kind of fixed it, but now it creeps its head back up when they want to go for something a little bit more meta, I guess, with the Sky and the Viper on Split.
Agreed, agreed. Well, 4 teams remain here in Berlin, so let's take a look at that bracket, the 2 matchups that are ahead of us coming tomorrow, Saturday. On the top side of the bracket, you will find that battle between North American teams in 100 Thieves and Envy. On the bottom side, it's Gambit and G2. Real quick, thoughts on each of those matchups? Bala, I'll start with you.
100 Thieves versus Envy is going to be such a banger. These guys always, they go back and forth between each other, and it is so much fun to watch every single time.
Is 100 Thieves versus Envy not the game in playoffs that knocked Envy out?
They went to the lower bracket.
They went to the lower bracket. I remember Envy lost to 100 Thieves in that game, and then 100 Thieves
They
went
also
on
had
to
the
play
fight
Sentinels.
in Challengers, right? Challengers 2 or Challengers 1, where they made it all the way to the playoffs anyway. So.
Yeah.
That's why these semifinals are going to be so interesting, because it's teams that are familiar with themselves that will then move on to play a team that they are unfamiliar with to a degree in the finals. Either way, it's been a marathon of a day here on our quarterfinals in Masters Berlin, so we are going to hit the lights on the studio. We'll meet you right back here tomorrow for 2 epic bouts between our 4 remaining squads. Until then, make sure you stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other, all right? Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, we see Lack here for the first time in this tournament, Sean, on the Masters Berlin stage.
The pressure is on. Taz has been an absolute monster this entire series, this entire tournament.
Vision Strikers very close to losing their first map here at Masters Berlin, and Gambit is going to make it a quick one.
Nats! Gambit! What have we just seen?
So much swagger on one stage. Now these 2 teams are raring to go again. One of them is going to be a semi-finalist. The other, Doug, is going home.
Getting slaughtered. It's left all onto Deltic to try and clutch this out. He's already managed to find himself a couple. The right clicks could do it, but Nuke just about closing it out. I think Mitch almost had an aneurysm. Do you know he's got an Odin? Do you know? Oh, they certainly do, because Cole's evidence does it not to close. He's got the Odin, and he's making it work, baby.
One enemy remaining.
Thieves in Ascend out onto the stage to do battle in a best of 3, trying to book their ticket into the semifinal. Two teams that are all too familiar with each other, but they stare each other down for the first time here at Masters Berlin.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Let me guess, you went with